You don't love me, lie to me, lie to me, lie to me. Tell me that you'll try for me, try for me, try for me. I don't wanna die, lonely, die. But maybe you ain't right for me, right, yeah. You don't love me, lie to me, lie to me, lie to me. Tell me that you'll try for me, try for me, try for me. I don't wanna die, lonely, die. But maybe you ain't right for me, right, yeah. You don't love me, why you got these plans? You already got my hopes up. Let me know in advance. Tell me when you're trying to show up. I just turned you a man. Cause everybody gotta grow up. I'll be ready with the hold up. It's either you and me or no one. Always focus on my brand. You always someone in branding. That wasn't in the plan, but I know it wasn't random. Said you'd rather have me. You can only take chances. I used to take you to everything. You just taking me for you don't love me. Lie to me, lie to me.
Hello. Hey, Ronnie. What's up? Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Hold on, let me cut this off. Hey, sweetie, how you doing? I don't know how to do the emojis on my keyboard. Well, let's see. Guess I'll go ahead on and get ready to get started. I know one mistake I've been making. The first thing I'm going to do is say a prayer, and then we're going to get right into the reading. We'll start up the auctioning once we start getting a little flow of people. Then we'll start our auctioning. But the prize is still coming today. The prizes is still coming today. for whoever's here. Yep, whoever's here, that's who gets the prize. So first thing we're going to do is say a prayer. Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for blessing this channel, Lord. We thank you for waking us up this morning. We thank you for keeping us in good health and taking care of our family and friends. We just thank you, Lord. Everything you've done for us, Lord. There's not enough words to explain how grateful we are to be here. God, I'm thankful for that. There is one Jesus name. There is two. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, we're going to get right into the reading. Don't let me ramble on and on. I'm going to start over, actually. That little prince down there chilling. But he ain't doing nothing now. He's tired. It ain't been too long since he ate. So he's not doing anything exciting. But he down there chilling. So how you been doing, Riley? Amen. I'm so glad you're here. Riley, do you have Cash App? Oh, getting over a little cold? Okay. Yeah, God is good. I'm glad you're feeling better. That's such a blessing. Wow. Oh, okay. I didn't know. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, I've been hearing a little bug going around. People been having a sore throat. So I've been hearing a couple of people been saying something about the sore throat. I know my voice is going out a little bit. I hope I'm loud enough. But I'm going to get right into the reading because this is actually a good book. And you know what? I'm going to read a little bit and we're going to go from there. Let's see. The name of the book is Turned Out. It's an old book. It's like 15 years old. But and I started reading it before and I did a whole lot of stopping. And anyways, until I learned how to edit right, I just wanted to do it over again and try to do it better. Yeah. Yep. I just hope I'm talking loud enough. Oh, okay. I see you. Won't he do it? Won't he do it? Yes, he will. You know what? I'm so glad somebody here that I know. I don't even have to be as nervous. Thank you, Riley. This is great. Hold on, I'm going to tell my boyfriend. Don't forget this boy man shirt. James, can you please go on YouTube and find my live and share it and like it, please? Guess what? I have one person in the audience that I know. Yep. God is good. Amen. Now, this book is not actually for minors. This is an adult book. But I didn't put the word adult in the title this time because last time they cut the comments off And I'm not sure if that had something to do with it or not, but anyways, I'm learning. Oh, this book was published in 2007. We're going to get right into it. I'm not even going to read her introduction. We're going to get right into this book. Fritz, you gotta say hi. Come here. Say hello. Say hi. So I'm just chilling. My name's Prince. Alright. It's no showtime for you. Alright, go ahead. Go ahead. You gonna chill right there? Let's see if they can see you still. Alright. Thank you. This is actually a cardigan. I just put it on. It's like a little shirt, but it's actually like a sweater. Mm-hmm. That's cute. Yeah. I've been loving green this year. Green and gold. I fell in love with green and gold this year. Okay, excuse me real quick. Let me message this customer. At the same time. When you are ready. Oh, green is your favorite color. Okay. Girl. It's funny, but it's not funny. Excuse me. It may still be available. If not, another one may be available. But sorry, I can't hold it. Okay. The name of this book is Turned Out. Okay. Amen. I receive it in Jesus' name. Prince, go ahead. You're supposed to be entertainment, Prince. But you're not very entertaining. Okay. I've been drinking coffee, so you already know. Coffee for me is probably like beer for other people. All right, let's get into this chapter 1. Okay, the name of chapter 1 is Shining Star, Earth, Wind, and Fire. At the age of 29, you would think Champagne Rose had it all. She worked as a publicist in New York City and was engaged to the man of many women's dreams, Zaire Truesdale. Not only was he a wealthy entrepreneur, but he was kind, supportive, and willing to do anything for her. Even with the picture perfect life, Champagne felt that something was missing, and she was ready to make changes in her life and in her relationship. She did not believe in moving in with someone before marrying them, up until Zaire convinced her otherwise. Now, 5 years later, she and Zaire still lived together unmarried. The funny thing was, he wanted to get married, but she was comfortable with what they had. She enjoyed having her own bank account. She enjoyed the independence that came with not being married. Champagne watched her friends' relationships fall apart right after they got married, for one reason or another, and didn't want that to happen to her and Zaire. She wasn't ready to get married, but she also wasn't ready to break up. It's just that they'd been together now for so long and things were starting to wear thin. The chemistry just wasn't there. The sex had become routine, the same shit over and over. You lick me, I suck you, you put it in, and then I'll ride you. You come or I'll come, maybe if I'm lucky, at least that's how she perceived it. Champagne yearned for more caressing, kissing, cuddling, and talking. She knew she still loved him, but the passion was gone. She often found herself avoiding sex altogether. It was bothering her. It had been bothering him. Was it her? Was it him? Was it their busy lifestyles? Whatever it was, she knew it had to change and fast. She wanted to feel his fingers in her hair, moving down her neck, where his fingers would be replaced with his lips. She wanted him to tease her with his tongue, tease her with his manhood, putting just the tip in and pulling it out. She wanted to beg for it, to demand that he enter her. She was tired of him putting it in whether she was ready or not. Tired of the same role of sex over and over. The moving in and out, up and down, momentum of it all. She was just plain tired. Champagne wanted things to change. She needed things to change. She still loved him, for goodness sake. She just wasn't in love. Were you supposed to stay in love, she wondered? Or did this happen to every couple? If it did, the thought frightened her. She was determined to gain back what they once had. Sometimes late at night, as they made love, she would lay there in their king-size bed and let her mind wander. She pretended to instruct him, tell him what to do, where to kiss. She'd ask him if he'd forgotten her secret spots or if he would then ignite the slowly fading fire. She chose to hold these thoughts in. She realized thinking sometime and saying it were two different things. She was afraid. She didn't want to hurt his feelings, and she didn't want him going off to be with some other woman just to prove he still had it. So she put up with the mediocre sex and wondered if he was doing the same. Little did she know, Zaire was getting bored with their sex life as well. The fireworks and the was gone. It wasn't like he wasn't attracted to Champagne anymore. He was. To him, she was still fun and sexy. He was still drawn to her, still interested in everything. Heck, he was ready to marry her. So why wasn't their sex life the way it used to be? Why wasn't it as intense as it used to be? He remembered when they used to have to dry their bodies off because of the steam they created together. They used to have sex in every room and everywhere. She'd even give him a blowjob in the car, not once or twice, but a number of times. Now he could count the number of times she'd suck his dick in a month on one hand. Well, hell, what's going on with them? He wished he had the answer. Sometimes while they were making love, he would feel his dick go soft. He would then have to close his eyes and fantasize. Normally, that fantasy included another woman. So common, he thought, but he couldn't help it. He didn't have this fantasy because he wanted to sex someone else down. He did because he believed it would enhance what was slowly fading. He also knew it was an ego thing. He wanted to be the man, the one to satisfy two women. He also wanted to see his woman being pleased. He loved how she looked when she was at the point of no return. The way her eyes would close and her mouth would part, and she would arch her back and let out a soft moan. The other reason was because honestly his mind did stray and he did think about new pussy every now and then. But this way he could actually get it without cheating. So on second thought, maybe he did want to sex another woman down. Just like Champagne, he didn't say anything. He didn't want her to kick him out or kick his ass. Let's take a pause. Wow. Riley, you still here? Getting intense, huh? Let's see. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, it is a good book. Yeah, Riley. Let's see. Riley, look like you're going to be the one to win the prize. Good thing you clicked. Whatever you were doing. I need to stop reading so fast. I'm sorry. It's the coffee. The coffee got me reading like a racehorse. Taking a small break.
maybe you ain't right for me. Right, yeah. You don't love me, lie to me, lie to me, lie to me. Tell me that you try for me, try for me, try for me. I don't wanna die lonely. Die, maybe you ain't right for me. Right, yeah. You don't love me.
Thank you, Riley. Yeah, I found some non-copyright music that you can play, and you don't have to worry about getting a strike.
Everything I used to dream being real right now. If it
I'll
wasn't
probably
working
skip
out,
some
I'm
songs
working out
though,
now. Yeah, I keep on going till the lights go down.
which might be one of the
Till the
skips.
lights go. Everybody wanna make millions, but not everybody been working. Everybody know they got brilliance, but not everybody been searching. Everybody rap about money and hoes, but they got neither. Everybody knows. Always been keeping it real. Every time that I spit in the flow, I've been going to get it. They not gonna forget it. I've been going up, they've been taking the flow. My music been personal, telling my stories. I'm telling the truth in my life been exposed. Talking to fans, so we in it together. I'm never gonna turn even under the pressure. I'm keeping it true to myself. Don't matter to me if the curtains are open or closed. Everything I wanted, I got it. Always wanted more, so I'll never be stopping. Everyone asking when the new dropping. Pressure been building, but it's a good problem. Graduated college and never got options. Always bringing more on these rappers, take caution. Always been bossing, everybody watching. Love every fan, just know you're not forgotten. No. Everything I used to dream being real right now. If it wasn't working, I'ma work it out. Yeah, I keep on going till the lights go down. Yeah, till the lights go down.
Yep, Prince chilling. That's what he do. The name start with an L. Look at Riley about to win the prize. Cause she here.
People thinking I'm crazy. Negative talk don't faze me. Focus on pleasing the people who raised me. Invest in myself. Already knew the projection. Drowning in all of my wealth. Now money is people and blessings.
Amen.
Everyone started with millions of dollars and do what they wanted. I wonder how many would still go to college and follow the dreams and not worry about follow this real. Everything I used to dream being real right now. If it wasn't working, I'ma work it out. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Do your name start with the L?
Yeah. Till the lights go down. Till the lights go down. I've been feeling alright. I've been taking what's mine. I've been running out of time. I'ma keep on going up till the lights go down.
Yes. Yes, you, Riley. Okay. Right.
Yo, I ain't here for the money, I ain't here for the fame. Though it might be nice to own a jet plane, I'ma do it off with you. Couple artists, it's true, but the road is
cut this down. Since we are recording. Okay, just like in the title, the cash giveaway goes to Miss Riley Jets. Yay! Go Riley! Thanks, Riley, for being here. And I appreciate you. So I want to show you I appreciate you. Hey, baby, I'm live on my YouTube.
No. Who on there?
It's
good lighting in here, okay?
Thank you. Miss Riley Jets. I already know her. That's it. Thank God for her. I gotta go back to reading.
No, I wasn't saying nothing like that. I was.
Oh yeah, I know. You okay? Oh,
It's raining.
YouTube. Guess what? This is my daughter. She's beautiful. She don't want to have her face on the camera, and she's beautiful. You can have your face. Her name's Adriana. She's beautiful. She don't want to have her face on the camera.
At this second.
Okay, gotta get back to reading. Because Riley was actually listening. Riley, was you listening to the book? I think Riley was listening to the book.
That's the comments outside.
Mm-hmm.
You shared it on Facebook?
Can you please, yeah, I did actually.
You check the link? Everybody saying your mama is something on Facebook. I'm like, get up on Facebook. Yeah, I don't get on Facebook. I just be seeing it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did he bring my pillow down here? He bring it down here.
Today, Riley's our big winner, and I'm so glad she's here. Riley, you don't even know, today is actually my mother's birthday. She was born August the 16th, 1949. But I'm not sad or anything. But still, it would have been like a birthday party if she was still here.
Where's your at?
The camera company, I wouldn't see that.
That's my grandma right there.
Yeah,
That's grandma name.
yep, that's my mother's name. Gladys.
You see it?
Yep. She said, read on. Oh, okay.
Oh, let me get out your stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, you got the ceiling lights on?
Okay, so right now where we are, Champagne and Zaire are both bored with their sex life, but they haven't said anything to each other. But they've been thinking it or whatever. So that's where we are right now. And nobody has cheated or anything. They're just having these thoughts about how boring their sex life is, and should they spice things up, or what should they do? So we're gonna continue. I'm gonna reread that last sentence once again. Let's see. Just like champagne. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Riley. Yep. Happy birthday to my mother. Rest in heaven. She's smiling. Hold on a second.
Well, you need to do an auction. You need to do a picture for the profile. Because this is not an auction right now. It's a book. And it's the auction stuff that's
Uh-oh. I have to take another small break. Let's start.
you take a break and you get off.
Just play this music for a second. Coffee.
Moments when I was hot as a joke. Now they giving me handshakes saying it was a joke. I ain't joking around. I'm trying to give you a hope. You can do it if you want it, then you drive your own road. Yeah, I know the one with crafts by the end of every class. It's my formula for life, not the formula to last. Like, cause it's cold outside and I don't know why. I'm just living my life. I'm just living my life. Just the seeds that I'm knocking from the drains. I've been waiting all week to be where you wanna. Tell me where to go, cause I'm new to California. I can bring you back since you don't know how to roll it. Talk about your culture, I'm trying to get to know you. Come on, pull off to the side and we can walk. Empty in the bottle while we talk. Now I got you open, speaking so soft. What took you so long? You don't have to run away with me. I'm not asking you to change a day. I'm just trying to catch a wave with you before we get in way too deep. There's a resident cause it's just around the corner. That's the how you want it. You know it's California. Are you really quiet? Just don't know what to order. I'm not trying to press, I'm just trying to get to know you. And if you're holding on, you should let it go. And if you want to learn, then you can passport. Maybe if you think back, maybe you would laugh more. Sit with the juice, like you, that's what that's for. Private on the highway, we can walk. Now all that you wanna do is talk. Grab it on my back like I can get things off. What took you so long? You don't have to run away with me. I'm not asking you to change a thing. I'm just trying to catch a wave with you before we get in way too deep. You don't have to run away with me. I'm not asking you to change a thing. I'm just trying to catch a wave with you before we get in way too deep. It's a rap and I hit you with the wordplay. Laying out, staying out till the birds say. Don't feel bad that you did it on the first day. You regret it if you didn't. You don't have to run away with me. I'm not asking you to change a thing. I'm just trying to catch a wave with you before we get in way too deep. You don't have to run away with me. I'm not asking you to change a thing. I'm just trying to catch a wave with you before we get in way too deep. You don't have to run away. I'm not asking you to change anything. I'm just trying to run away with you before we get away too deep. You don't have to run away. do you say you're real? You come around with some phony outcomes. You don't put in the work, don't wanna look in the mirror like how come? I get pennies for my thoughts, what I say is common sense. At least you got what you paid for. If you don't like anything that I said, I give you the shirt on my back, but you couldn't see it, that's why I felt so closed off. Everyone's there for the come up, I wonder who's there on the day you fall off. I wonder why people don't like when I talk about God. But it's cool when somebody gets shot, cool when somebody gets caught up in a drug they can't control cause they said it was hot. Too many problems to deal with, too many loved ones are lost. They call this a Christian country, pointing guns just to get a point across. Underdog, 100 lines in me, is that the pride living inside? Drop the ball, everybody judges, I see them all sitting courtside. Empty my pain, so feeling painful. Hanging the people like things that don't hate you. Letting it go is the person I can do. Don't forget everything that has made you. Every window in my heart, tinted back in it, invented how it invented. How's the money? I'm a lieutenant. Didn't drop the mirror, I'm the cracks in it. Lately I've been staying up to 3 a.m. Kinda like it better when I'm on my own. Adding up a text that I should not send. Oh, I've been distant. I just need a moment on my own, on my own. I just need a moment on my own, on my own, on my own. I know I've been distant. I know I've been distant, I don't know. I just need a moment. I just need a moment on my own. Time is money, it's been changing me. Custom made is what I made it be. How many times you gonna look at the past and not the person we came to be? Start up the engine, I roll up the window, got nothing to say. I guess dreams got ruined charges. Every connection will fade. That's the only thing I know. LA out to Chicago. There was only, that's the motto. Stay ready for tomorrow. Never know what's gonna happen to you till it happens to you. Till people asking you what happened to you. Till you looking at your friends, what happened to you. Till you looking at your life, what happened to you. Lately I've been staying up to 3 a.m. Kinda like it better when I'm on my own. I didn't give a text that I should not send. Oh, I've been distant. I just need a moment on my own, on my own. I just need a moment on my own, on my own, on my own. I know I've been distant. I know I've been distant, I don't know. I just need a moment. I just need a moment on my own. I got broken wings, but I'm still flying. With a lost faith, I'm still trying. That stereotype radio turn me down, cause I'm gonna turn up on the mic. I'd rather rap about my life and give advice to someone who's about to give up on life that's real. Then fuck how you feel. Independent, cause I don't need a deal. Pick up the mic and I pick up the pills. Pick up the bikes, I don't care how I feel. Remember my grandpa passed away from their kill. My dad, I saw like I said promise, so I made promise and I pursue my dreams no matter how they feel. They said that I can't, took out the teeth and soup and tea, I killed it. They sacrifices, always working OT. When they call it, I'm feeling. All eyes on me when I decided to step in the building. Fuck that radio music you listen to, I spit that real shit. In high school, I was unpopular, never fitting with the cool kids. They were busy partying and making a bunch of excuses. I stood home building my craft. I had a dream I'm pursuing. It's hard to have these hopes and dreams, especially when I got. me until the day that I'm through. Remember back then, backstabbing friends told me to not to. Remember they said that if you need me, then I got you. When I needed you, mostly were ghosts, and you left me feeling empty. Then I lost hope. You want me to fight? How can I cope? Slowly realizing my friends come and go. Finding myself at the end of the road. I'm dying inside, but live like I won't. The time is getting closer. Or those beneath me are getting farther. Every day I'm growing older. I see that I'm not a part of society. They're eyeing me, dying for me to fall apart. Cause I have a chance and they miss theirs. Cause I'm working harder. I was a part of the kids at school asking why don't they like us. It's like we don't exist. We're there. They do not mind us. I'm a little mental. It's okay to dream while you are mindfuck. Spreading both of my wings. I wanna fly, but yeah, I know again. One thing that I'm lame, remembering back to was talking on aim and selling your heart. That was never my aim. Scally, you leaving out nothing the same. I'm picking your brain, pick me apart. I'm picking your heart, you left me in dark. I guess all the pain and the hurt and the worry you left me with turned to the shell of a star. Damn, do we end arm and arm, are we Armageddon? Guess you never know, cause you never let him show you how he loved and he trusted, he cared about all of his shows, but you never was in. So let's really see if you did. You, if you needed, then he would be dead. To put all the blame on you isn't fair, but all you can found is your makeup and hair. You're taking a selfie, I'm taking your shit. I see all your pics, I see who you picked, and just though it eats me alive, you're happy with him, but you're happy with him. Damn, I'm jealous creeping through your Instagram and find myself asking why the fuck that I still give a damn about you. About us, like Mark, give her the fuck up. And although I hate his guts, I gotta give your man that thumbs up. Cause he was bringing you close. Now he's with the one I'm wanting the most. 1 minute I hate you, 1 minute I love you. But right now I'm writing and feeling the both. I can't stop. When I was given this beat, immediately thought about you. Cursed with the hurt is the one that I found you. Stuck here, I'm drinking and thinking about you. All of my friends say I'm better without you. Better without you, right? Thought I found you on the darkest night. Could have shown you what a red carpet's like. We're up on a dark horse, the darkest night. And the girl's flowing like water there. Wanna give her my heart, but it's watered down. And honestly, let's keep it real. See, I'm just jealous that you found love, and I'm searching for it still. All of these girls are dry and lame. I want complex so that we can build up the down in my league. You ain't in my lane, and whenever we talk, now it's never the same. Be putting your friends on this bringing me pain, and I just want to get you up out of my brain, out of my brain. Never been one for past tenses, so know that I'm moving forward before I finish this sentence. I crumble when in your presence, red time in my mind like tenants. So sorry, I'm so offensive. It's hard just being your friend, and in the end, I look stupid. The time I spent was useless. The truth is, honestly, girl, I miss you.
I decided I'll get on. She's coming back. My hair got a little bit wet, so. Why need another song? Oh, it has. Does the music have to be like copyright free? Riley, are you still on here? You on here, mommy, yeah, man. Thank you. Prince. Mom! Oh.
Shut it down.
I shut it down. I'm out here now.
Thank you. You been keeping.
You got to cash up some money?
Yeah.
I got fat ones on my cash up. Who you cash up?
My winner.
How much was it?
Why?
I just noticed it. I'm a subscriber too.
Oh, I didn't know you were. You should have been on the line.
I didn't know you was on live. I'm on now. I've been on.
Okay, well, the next hour I'll be giving away another prize, but not yet. You gotta go in the chat.
I was in the chat. You ain't even been here.
Okay. Oh, I took one of the cigar.
She said, "Where did my friend go?" Here she goes.
Let's see.
This YouTube is a little laggy.
What happened to the music?
I stopped it because I couldn't hear myself thinking here. And then on the live, it's real like, yeah. That's how it sounds. It's so high pitched. I think you need to get like a small phone so you can play some music or something. I mean, I don't think anybody else minded. I just had to turn it off. I was sitting there talking. What's her name, Riley? Yeah, Riley. Ox Queen going to chair with, yes, girl, put your face on there. Cam up with Ox Queen.
Oh yeah, and I do have oh you see I got StreamYard.
Or you can just get on StreamYard. You don't even have to put your face on it. You can just have your voice.
I know how to invite people to StreamYard. Anybody can come on the camera if they want. Like when I have people, I'm not gonna mind. Anybody that want to come on the camera, they can.
I don't know. I'm looking for a shutter.
You understand the chat?
I've been in there. You was gone most of the time. I've been in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, the prizes are different. It depends on.
You have a shape. I see you
like,
walking through.
Like
she said you got a shape. She see you walk through. Riley.
Oh, the prizes are different. It depends on how many people is gonna be here. Like, if it's only one person here, they're gonna get. Of course, they're gonna get a bigger prize than like if 5 people was here. You will have to divide a prize. You know, you have to go according to how many people here.
That's not. You make cash out.
Cash and prizes. So it could be cash or it could be a prize.
Oh, it could be like you gotta send it to them. Okay.
Yes.
Sherelle Riley.
That's the problem right here.
Stop drinking it. Drink some water.
No, I mean it's okay. It's just you know.
Can I change my picture now and give you a video?
It did what it's supposed to do. That's all.
Yay! We need some more people in
But
the chat.
I needed the energy.
So StreamYard, is this on YouTube? This is on YouTube. I'm not talking about is this on YouTube. It's the same thing. I'm on YouTube watching it.
I see your screen.
Okay, can I change my picture now? Give me a minute. Okay, wow.
She said this is for you.
Okay.
Probably get some more viewers in here. Where everybody at?
I don't even know how she found it.
I read the thing. She said everybody was wondering where you was at. Who was everybody? People, what you call them chat?
I don't know, but that was good. Let me try this real quick. That's how I do that. Oh, she changed her picture, so I'm gonna wait for her to come back before Okay. I don't know how to do the emojis on this keyboard. I only know how to do emojis when I'm in someone else's chat and use the little emoji thing that be on the chat. But I don't know how to do emojis on my keyboard. Adriana, are you gonna show me how to do the emojis on my keyboard? What does this say? My name is not Riley. It's Rail. Oh, we pronounce it. Do you pronounce it Rail? I always wanted to ask you, how do you pronounce your name? If you pronounce your name Rail, put a 1. Put a 1 if you pronounce it. You know who I'm talking about. I'm not going to break Ray. Oh. Right. Oh yeah. Yeah. We know what's up. Right. I'm following suit. I know exactly where you're coming from. Yeah. The younger people don't know. Right. So you pronounce your name Rail? Put a number 1 if you pronounce your name Rail. Because I want to make sure, because I've been saying Raleigh for the longest. I'm sorry. Not even Riley. I've been saying Raleigh. you pronounce it? Oh, okay. Okay. So they do say rail. So they call you rail for short. But it could like be spelled RELL. Sherelle. Okay. I see Miss Andriana Greer's in the chat. She wants to be part of the contest. It's gonna be a real contest now. Hey, fair is fair. I never said who was excluded from entering the contest, so this is gonna be a real contest now. I see. All right, let's get back to the reading because these people are getting bored in the bedroom, and I want to see what's gonna happen. I actually read all the way up to chapter 8, so that's not that far. I read that last time, but once again, I apologize. I didn't want to take a long pause in between my reading, but it happened again. So unfortunately, it happened again. Okay, let's see. My number thing is saying I don't have any viewers. Androna might have dipped in and dipped out. Okay. Okay. That's surprising. And it still says 0. Well, goes to show. Love y'all here. All right. I'm gonna have to set up my phone for my other StreamYard. Prince, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you drinking some water? Are you drinking some water? All right. Okay, everybody's here. Well, I'm glad y'all here. See the 16.9 ounce water bottle? Adriana, if you're still here, if you're dipping in and you're dipping off, I'm about to go back to reading, and whoever can guess who's the closest or how many these marble things, these little flat marbles, whoever's the closest and how many's in this bottle wins the next prize. I'm not gonna tell you what the prize is gonna be. And right now it looks like there's 2 people. So I'm going to go back to reading. Y'all see this bottle? I'm going to have to set up the StreamYard so y'all can really see the bottle. Invite it to my phone. I'll show it. Okay. Adriana, you here? Real guessing already. Look at Real. That's your guess. That's your guess, Real. 128. I don't have a clue how many it is. I gotta count them. Adriana, are you still here? Are you gonna guess? Or is Real gonna be the next winner? Solo winner again. Adriana, can you see the marbles? Here go the next contest is on the screen. I told you had to stay live with me if you want to be in the contest. Riley about to win the contest again by herself. Red. Go ahead, Red. It's okay. That's not a permanent number for you. I'm gonna let you. That's not your permanent number. When I ask for the permanent number, you'll know, cause I'm gonna ask. You can guess now, however much you want to guess. Let's see. Let me hold it back some. It's definitely a contest. Can you see this? I should take this off. Actually, I'm learning. But lead me on what to do and how to do. They're not paying. Look, they're not paying us. We're not advertising them. Okay. There we go. Your number is it doesn't have to be permanent right now because I haven't counted them yet, and y'all guessing is fine right now. You can guess how many times you want to guess. When I ask for the final number, you'll know. Let's see. Y'all take a good look. Make sure you like the video. Y'all count these marbles. And the marbles are going to stay right here. I don't know how many's in here. And my daughter definitely don't know how many's in here. And it's going to stay right here on this window ledge. Just in case someone else wants to enter the contest. Let's see. What we got? There you go. Mm-hmm. Then you have to stay on. So you can see when when I count the marbles so you can see who's the closest. If you log off, you might miss it. Because I don't know what time it might be. Mm-hmm. All right, let's get back to this couple. Let's get bored in the bedroom. Let's see. Okay, let me get in a better position. Prince, I need you. Prince. Prince. Hey. Go to bed. Get in bed. Get in bed. Stay right there. Thank you. Sit. There you go. Thank you. Stay right there. I need you for a prop. Okay. Sit back on bed. This is not a treat. This is for me. Cough drop. He think this is a treat for him. Huh? Yes. I believe so. Either walk on. That is mine. Go over there. We definitely gonna take this video. Okay. Hmm. Okay. All right, we're gonna get back to the reading. Oh, y'all can still hear me. This cough drop taking a long time. All right, the girl's name is Champagne. And his name is Zaire. Okay, just like Champagne, he didn't say anything. He didn't want her to kick him out or kick his ass. She might even have accused him of having an affair, which wasn't the case. That was in the past where it belonged. He'd been there, done that, got caught, and won't do it again. Zaire Truesdale owned his own business. Well, actually, it used to be his parents, and when they retired, they turned it over to him. Both parents were now deceased. His father had died 4 years earlier of a heart attack, and his mother less than a year later of heartache. At least that's what he believed. Being the educated brother he was, he capitalized on it in a big way. Because of his business sense, Zaire was able to live comfortably. He thanked his parents in his prayers and knew that if they would have that they would have been proud of him and of what he'd done with the business. Private Affairs, an upscale restaurant and catering service, had two locations, one in New Jersey and the other one in Georgia. His plan was to open a third one in Miami within the next 2 years. Only the rich or well-off could afford the prices, and that's how Zaire wanted to keep it. The food was not only delectable, but the ambience was classy. And on Thursday through Sunday, he showed live bands. It was where Zaire and Champagne met. She was whining and dining one of her potential clients, Jackson Davis, on an up and coming actor who just landed a movie with top billing stars, and he was looking for someone to get his name and face out there. He'd heard that Champagne was the one. Jackson was flirting with her, trying to get the message across that he was interested in more than business. But she pretended like she didn't notice. From across the room, Zaire couldn't take his eyes off her, but didn't want to say anything, not knowing if they were on a date or what was going on. It was obvious that the gentleman that she was with wanted more than she was willing to give. Every now and then he would try to take her hand and she would pull back. He leaned in a little close and she'd lean away. Zaire chuckled to himself. Damn, brother, can't you take a hint? Finally, Champagne stood up to go to the ladies' room. Zaire saw his opportunity. He walked a short distance behind her and placed a short distance from the bathroom door, waited for her. Oh no, hold on. Zaire saw this as his opportunity. He walked a short distance behind her and paced a short distance from the bathroom door, waiting for her to come out. When she stepped out and started heading towards her table, he approached her. Excuse me, are you and your date enjoying your meal? Champagne placed her hands on her hips and playfully asked him, are you a restaurant critic or something? Laughing, he told her he was the owner of the establishment and was just checking on his most attractive customer. Flattered, Champagne smiled. She liked the fact that he was straight to the point. She had noticed him watching her and already knew who he was. After all, she worked in the public relations field, and it was her business to know everyone with status, especially in the African American community. A month earlier, she went out to lunch with Alexis, her best friend since college. She had just read a feature article on him in Black Enterprise and was impressed. After showing his picture to Alexis, she joked, this man is fine as hell, rich and smart. I'm fine, going to be rich and borderline on brilliant. Don't you think we make a good couple? Alexis laughed. Little did she know the prediction might be coming true. Would she laugh when she heard that she might stand a chance? Well, Zaire said, interrupting her thoughts, are you and your date having a good time? He's not my date, he's a client. And yes, we're having a good time. Champagne glanced towards the table and noticed Jackson looking their way. I have to get back. What's your name? Champagne rose. Really? Yes, really. Placing her right hand in his, he brought it to his lips and placed a soft kiss on it. Well, Champagne Rose, can I call you or see you again? Looking him in the eyes and shaking on the inside, Champagne said, how about I call you? You don't know my name or my number. Zaire Truesdale, she told him, and I'll call you here. On that note, she walked away and left him with a smile. She knew who I was all along, he said to himself. He liked the woman that played hard to get. Sometimes Champagne would think back to that moment and recall the rush of talking to him that first time. She wished they could go back and start all over again. Maybe not all over, because they'd overcome a lot and some things she didn't want to repeat. What she did, what she did want was a repeat of the energy and the new relationship. Realistically, she knew that it was too late for that, but it wasn't too late to make some kind of change. Chapter 2. Let's just wait a while, Janet Jackson. That's the name of the chapter. The name of the book is Turned Out. We're just on chapter 2. Where's down again? Okay. Chapter 2. All right. I need a small second. I actually have to use the restroom again. Give me a second.
No matter who you are or where you are. Yeah, every day that's you and me. All day that's us both. Came through that new thing. See, I don't know why I trust you.
Be back in 5.
Too on. Maybe now I'm just too gone. Maybe now I'm just looking for that same route that you on. I'm out here with my voice. Going crazy in this bitch. Overseas, getting bins. No Mercedes in this bitch. We made the album 9 months. Had a baby in this bitch. I'm with your babe on the run. Like a Jay-Z in this bitch. I'll smoke a lot, but I can't green. I'm all out of the S-Bitch. I caught you out. You got serving that beat. Stop, no step team. I came doing that real shit. No, okay, but I feel this. Finna get what I feel, babes. I still be spitting that well spit. If I shut it down, we do that. Hell yeah, we do that. Girl, give me the crazy eyes. All riches that do that. Girl, that's what I think about it. Trust me, that's what I drink about it. They talk it out, but it's all good to this too. Real nothing. She take me out of my place. When I stay in my zone, let me right in my face. She can see through my soul. I said, don't think about it. I said, don't think about it. She took me out of my place, but I stay in my zone. Look me right in my face. She can see through my soul. I said, don't think about it. I said, don't think about it. Came up as a church boy with my dukes on weekends. Look, waking up at like 6, man. You don't get paid if you sleep in, man. You don't know where I come from. You don't know what I've been through. trash, gotta go watch 2 gold chains to the gold grill like Trinidad. Trick on the man, and like you know you. Popping up like a semi, man, I rap like it's loaded. I make my crew hot, your crew not. We too sick, no flu shot. On this side, it's all big, man, I ain't dissing on too hot. Just East Coast, all East Coast. These young bloods don't know better. Most of y'all got no chill, they'll get it poppin' in snow weather. Some kids just need love, they'll put in work like no shutter. Looking up to them dope boys, they got bands like Coach Shut Up. Yeah, just remember, I'ma hand your girl for dinner. I'm the man year round, January to December. She take me out of my place, but I stay in my zone. Look me right in my face, she can see through my soul. I said, don't think about it. I said, don't think about it. She took me out of my place, but I stay in my zone. Look me right in my face, she can see through my soul. I said, don't think about it. I said, don't think about it. She take me out of my place, but I stay in my zone. Look me right in my face, she can see through my soul. I said, don't think about it. I said, don't think about it. She take me out of my place, but I stay in my zone. Look me right in my face, she can see through my soul. I said, don't think about it. I said, don't think about it. You're reflected in my wine glass. That's when I look away. Can't stand and think about losing your fine ass. How the fuck I let you slip away? Like for the party, but I'm dead inside. Kill my vibes, it was genocide. Hard to act like I've been alive. I'm trying to find where I identify. 1 time for the girl that got away. 2 times for the above I'm out of spray. 3 times for the power that I pray to. Are you up there? Can you hear me? I know I fucked up. It's clear, see. I'm 22, but I don't act like it clearly. And all this shit is a mirage. I'm just rapping for a cause, the life, the fame, the life's the game, the break, the love, the life, the change. Wanna win you back, but I hate to lose. I know that you're the one, but it's hard to choose. Yeah, look, too much whiskey in my red cup. Remember first day you wouldn't give it up. We had only scratched the surface, but I knew that you were worth it. Yeah, so I was patient. I bragged to my niggas, Joe name it. I'm still with the niggas that I came with. But everything changed once the fame hit. Pick it up, take you down, have a shot, I'm out around. Play my song, you like the sound. It's going down, it's going down. Let's drink coffee, watch passerbys. And prove to you I'm not the average guy. It's just my flaws that they magnify. And when it's real, you don't have to try.
Oh, well, this is a fiction book. They might have made a movie out of it, actually.
I wish there was another way. Tomorrow is another day. Try to take the pain away. Sometimes I wanna run away. I wish there was another way. Tomorrow is another day. Try to take the pain away. Sometimes I wanna run away.
Well, I said I was going to do that in the camera. Let's see. Thank you.
Gee, I don't know you at all. But I'm bout it. If you bout it, don't give a fuck if you're involved. Cause I'm bout it. If you bout it, don't act like you are doing a favor. But honestly, that's why you're my savior. I don't know if I'll see you later. So I'm bout it. If you bout it, my head has been spinning. I might need a minute. I've been dying to kick it, so just come with if you with it. And this game now we're playing, you want me but won't say it. If I told you I'm leaving, you would be so devastated. And I don't want no bullshit excuse. Like you ain't got no time for me, as if that shit was true. Just tell me how it is, how you want it. If you're down, wanna summit, I got plans and you're one of them. Not trying to pretend. See, I don't know you at all, but I'm bout it. If you bout it, don't give a fuck if you're involved. Cause I'm bout it. If you bout it, don't act like you are doing a favor. But honestly, that's where you're my savior. You're all I don't know if I'll see you later. So I'm bout it. If you bout it, hold up. Did you really think I'm bad? Say she wanna leave, but it's way too crowded. But I'll ride with you, freaking night.
Prince. Okay, camera on, mic on. Let's rock and roll. Y'all have your final counts ready? Almost time for your final count. Let's do a little bit more reading. Okay, just do a small recap. The girlfriend name is Champagne. The boyfriend name is Zaire. They she's reminiscing. Well, they're both bored with their sex life. Right now, she's reminiscing on how they met. He owns a couple of businesses that he inherited from his parents. They passed away or whatever, and she met him at one of his restaurants while she was at the restaurant with a client, actually. So now we're on to chapter 2. The name of chapter 2 is Let's Wait a While, Janet Jackson. Prince. Prince. Be right there. I thought you was going to stay here with me. Thank you. Okay. Champagne was irritated by the waiter's rudeness and intended on telling him so. Then again, maybe she was just on edge considering she and Zaire were out to dinner to have a talk. The two most dreaded the words in a relationship. Lately, they had been having a lot of disagreements about nothing and at the most inopportune times. Sometimes it would start first thing in the morning, putting a damper on the rest of her day and leaving her unable to focus and with her mind racing. Zaire would be doing the same thing. Each would think of what they should have said or how they could have handled the situation better. If the disagreement wasn't first thing in the morning, it was right before bedtime, leaving them unable to sleep but faking it for the fear of another disagreement would start up. Everything one of them did seemed to irritate the other. It didn't matter what it was, from leaving the plate on the table to leaving the toilet seat up or talking too loud on the phone. There was entirely too much tension in the house, and it was time to bring it to a head. Earlier that day, fed up with the nonsense, Champagne suggested they go out to dinner to talk and discuss some things. Zaire agreed, figuring it would be an opportunity to get some things off his chest as well. He was ready to move. He was ready to get out of this rut they were in and move forward. They sat at the Soul Africana Cafe having cocktails and waiting on their appetizers. So, Zaire said, making a weak ass effort to break the ice. So, Champagne replied. Zaire loosened his tie. What's on your mind? Champagne took a deep breath. I feel like our relationship is at a standstill. I feel like it's taken a turn for the worse. Like something is missing. Like we're stuck in a place I don't want to be in. I don't want to continue feeling this way, and I need to know if you're feeling the same way. There, she said it. Now, all she had to do was wait on his response. For a moment, Zaire didn't respond. He suspected what this talk would be about, but for her to blurt it all out, putting it all in the air that way, took him off guard. He wondered if it was his fault or whether they were both to blame. He knows that it takes two to make or break a relationship. Was theirs broken or even in need of slight repair? I agree, he told her. So what do you propose? Since he agreed, Champagne wondered why didn't he bring up this before she did, and how long he'd been holding back. I don't know, maybe a vacation, maybe counseling, maybe time apart. Time apart? That threw Zaire for a loop. Why would they need time apart? A relationship can't be fixed with time apart. You need it to be together to make it work. Maybe what she really was saying was that she wanted to break up. Damn, could that be it? Could it be the real reason behind this talk? He didn't want that. Despite their differences, he couldn't imagine growing old with anyone else. That whole getting out there, meeting new people, is a whole lot of work, and he'd had enough work on his plate. He had his share of gold diggers and wasn't ready to experience the drama again. Time apart? How is time apart going to help us? I suggested more than time apart. And if you felt the same way, why didn't you say anything? Honestly, because I didn't know what to say. I couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. But you knew something was. Zaire sighed and reached across the table, and Champagne placed her hand on top of his. Yes, Champagne, I did. Listen, I don't know what you want me to say. I don't have any solutions, but I do know that time apart is not what we need. Maybe what we do need is time together on some exotic island, away from the pressures of work and the other outside sources. Before Champagne could say anything, the waiter returned, placed their appetizers on the table, and then walked away. Didn't even ask if they needed anything else. Champagne tried to pull her hands away to call the waiter over, but Zaire paused. Hello. Hey, good. Okay. Come on, have a seat. Come on, sit down. Come on, sit down. Sit down. Go ahead. Sit. Sit. Thank you. Give me your bed. Thank you. I forgot where I stopped. I just stopped. Start over right here. My final count is 120. Okay, and Androna final count is 89. And Rel final count is 120. Okay. Okay, the waiter brought out their appetizers and didn't ask if we needed anything. Okay, Champagne, she tried to pull her hands away from Zaire, knowing how she was about service. Squeeze her hands. What do you think the problem is? He's still asking her questions or whatever. Okay, let's start on this sentence. I don't know either. I just feel like things have gotten routine and that we've gotten too content that we got too contented. Contented? You say that like it's a bad thing. He removed his hands. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is sometimes I wish we still had that I can't wait to see you and want to be around you every minute of the day anticipation we had when we first got together. Champagne, is that realistic? Probably not, but the thought is nice. Zaire smiled because he remembered that feeling like it was yesterday. The anxiety of the first phone call 1 week after their initial meeting at private affairs. Thoughts of her overwhelmed him, and he just couldn't stop thinking about her. He wondered if she would call or if she had just played him. Right when he had given up hope, she called. He was unavailable at the moment, busy going over a contract with a new chef, and told his assistant to tell her he would call her back within the hour. Zaire, she asked, when he said hello into the phone. How did you know it was me? You're unforgettable, she flirted. It was because of caller ID, and in fact, his voice and his lips were unforgettable. She remembered thinking after the short conversation they had, you could fall in love with those full, luscious lips. Lips that were made for kissing and the same lips that kissed her hand. I'm glad you called. For a minute there, I was giving up all hope, he told her. After leaving the restaurant that day, she thought of him often and wished she had given him her cell. After leaving the restaurant that day, she thought of him often. She wished she had given him her cell phone number instead of taking his. She wondered if it made her seem too aggressive. Back and forth she debated. Should I call him or not? What would I say? Will he ask me out or will we just flirt? Lack of confidence then doubt kept her from picking up the phone. Girl, call the man, Alexis told her when she expressed her fear, remembering he asked if he could call you or if he could see you again. Yeah, you're right. Champagne dialed the number, full of anxiety and feeling like a child about to go into the candy store, only to be told he'd call her back within the hour. She tried her hardest not to watch the clock, but found herself doing it anyway. So how's your week been? He asked. I've just been busy trying to make $1, Champagne said. You're a publicist, right? He'd done his research. That's one of the perks of being rich. You can find out almost anything about anyone. He knew he was wrong for having her investigated, but before he took someone out or got too involved, he had to know a little bit about them. Champagne didn't recall telling him, yeah, how did you know all of that? He lied. One of my waiters recognized you. He worked at an event for one of your clients. She tried to recall his staff and couldn't. Oh, would you like to go out sometimes? She thought he would never ask. Sure, when? Tomorrow around 7 p.m. We could do dinner and perhaps a show. I like that. They chatted for a short while longer and agreed to meet at private affairs and leave from there. Champagne wasn't ready for him to know where she lived. That first date. That first date was like a fairy tale. He had a limo waiting outside for them. Okay, let me start over. That first date was like a fairy tale. He had a limo waiting outside for them. You go all out for your dates, Champagne asked, not really caring because she was the one getting the special treatment tonight. No, I wanted to impress you, he told her honestly. I also didn't want to have to concentrate on driving. I wanted all my attention to be on you. Damn, my brother was smooth and fine. Every date after that, they looked forward to with excitement. Maybe it was the newness of it all, getting to know one another, or the anticipation of love making they both determined would come sooner rather than later. It could have been the fact that when they met, they were both looking for someone to share their lives with and found it in each other. Whatever it was, it had up and disappeared, and it was now time to address the issue. Let's see. I don't want to hold anybody up for the contest because I'm going to keep on reading, but I don't want to make you want to have to stay any longer. Let's see. So whatever they had up and disappeared. And now it's time to address the issue. Time for the countdown. Oh, is the book getting good? Let's see. Oh, don't cut down any further. We're going to do it like this. Hold up. I'll be right back. Oh, I see something. Okay. Champagne. Okay. Yeah, you follow champagne. Got it going on. have a clear bowl. Green bucket. I'm going to pour them in the green bucket. Then I'm going to count them into the clear bowl. This haven't been opened yet. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Countdown. Rel said 120. Adriana said 89. Rel said 120. Adriana said 89. Let's see who's closer. What we're going to do, we're going to do two at a time. We're going to count by twos. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Did one fall in the floor? That was 3. Oops, sorry. Okay, it's 8 in the bowl. 8 in the bowl. That one that fell on the floor, I put it back in here. So the bowl has 8. Oh, that's a lot to count. I should have counted by 5s. Okay, we're at 8. Let me stand up. I got 2 in my hand, and I can't get my camera to go down any further. Let's see. No, that's too low. Hold on. I have 2 in my hand, and I'm putting back in the green bucket the 2 that's in my hand. And the bowl still has 8. Hold on. Almost. I'm going to hurry up and get back to the reading. Because the reading getting good. Almost. Perfect. Here's the green bucket. Eight, 10, 12, wow, 14, 15, 18, 20, 26, 28, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50, 52, 54, 56, 58, 60, 2, 4, 6, 8, 7, 2, 4, 6, 78, 80. That's 80. And we still have right mini left, Adriana. So let's keep going. One fell out. It's 80. 2, 4, 6, 8, 90, 2, 4, 6, 8, 100. This is how 100 looks right here. And one fell out. But wow. I wouldn't even thought that was 100, but that's 100. Actually, well, it's only 10 times 10, but that's 100 that's in there. And then this mini is still left over. Okay, so we have 100, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 112, 114, 116, 118. There go 120. But seems like you're closer, Rail. We're at 120. This is how 120 looks. And we still have right many left. But we'll finish. Look like our winner's going to be Riley again. Not Riley. Rail again. Congratulations to Rail. Yay! I'm going to finish counting them, y'all. So it's 120 in the bowl now. And we know that Rail is the winner. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pour the rest of them on the table. And I'm going to count them out, like, finish counting them like that. So it'll be faster. So we can get back to the reading. So we have 120 in the bowl. Let's see. 2. That's 20. 2. That's 40. This is 40 more right here. That makes 160. $160 in the bowl. Let's see. 18, 20. Okay, there's 20 more. There's 180. 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 14, 17, 18, 19. 180, 90, 199, 199. It's 199 marbles, everyone. The winner is Miss Rail. It's 199, way more than we thought. Okay. Yep, 199. And you the big winner. Today your day, girl. Won't you do it? Won't you do it? Hands have to be open to receive. And our second place winner is also going to win a prize for participating. I don't know if she's still hearing that. But Miss Andriana is going to win something for participating because we really appreciate her as well. I apologize. I'm taking so long to get back to the reading. I didn't know anybody would be interested. Let's see. What are you doing? Yes, he is. Miss Rail, our big winner of today, on my mother's birthday, August 16th. Feels good to be here. Must have done something right, right? Our big winner is Miss Rail Jets. Yay! Go round, go round, go round. And Adriana is runner up. And she's going to get a gift as well. For being in second place. I appreciate both of you ladies. I really do. I meant to put first place on yours, Rail, because I'm putting second place on Adriana's. And I had clicked it before I realized I didn't get the chance. I didn't put the memo in. But we keeping the amounts on the DL because everybody don't need to know what we got going on. Okay? Amounts could change. It could be 25 cents. It could be $2,500. Who knows? My hands have to be open so I can receive in Jesus' name. Amen. You have to give to receive. All right, let's get back to the book. Okay. I think Adriana's gone. Is Adriana still here? Oh, ain't that a blessing? Oh, ain't she sweet? Won't he do it? Yes, he will. All right, let's get back to the reading. Since Riley's here, I can be a little bit more comfortable because a little bit more like about. Even though I know it's recording, but still, I still feel better. Wait till I start up the auction. That's the goal. The goal is I want to bring the business to YouTube, and I want to do auctioning. I want to auction off lots of different items, and so people can bid on them. That's what I want to do. But I gotta get the traction. So we're gonna just keep going from here. We'll keep going from here. We can see whatever it takes. But however the Lord leads me, I'm just gonna let Him drive the boat. Okay, let's go back to reading. Let's see. Where's our buddy? Prince! Prince! He said he's tired of the camera. Take him out. back to the reading. I'm going to go back to the last sentence to refreshen our memory. Reminiscing, they still reminiscing. They went on this dinner date, so they're still reminiscing on how their relationship used to be. And they said whatever it was, it had up and disappeared, and it was now time to address the issue. Let's take this opportunity and discuss the pros and cons of our relationship, Zaire suggested. Champagne rolled her eyes. This isn't about business. This is about us. Our relationship, pros and cons. What kind of mess is that? Well, you're the one who said you wanted to talk. I do. Well, I'm just making a suggestion. Well, make another one. Zaire sighed. Okay, let's do it this way. You say one thing that needs to change or has been bothering you, and I'll do the same. We can't get mad at each other either way. Okay, Champagne said, not wanting this to turn into something ugly. I agree. This is about bettering us as a couple, not breaking each other down as individuals. Okay, I'll go first, Champagne volunteered. Maybe we've gotten bored with one another. Bored? I don't know if that's it. Maybe we've gotten more like routine. Everything is the same. It's stagnant. Our work schedules, what we do when we get home, and even the sex. The sex, Champagne panicked. She knew it and wanted to be the first to address it. But to hear him say it and brought it up, there was all sorts of insecurities. Why are you picking up on that one thing? You're the one who said we wouldn't get offended or anything. Sorry, y'all, my throat getting a little cracky. The sex, Champagne panicked. She knew it and wanted to be the first to address it. But to hear him say it brought up all sorts of insecurities. Why are you picking up on that one thing? You're the one who said we wouldn't get offended or anything. I know, you're right. It's just that, never mind. You're also right about the sex thing. It was now Zaire's turn to be offended. Are you saying I don't please you? Are you saying I don't please you? They just looked at one another, Champagne thinking of him straying, Zaire wondering how many orgasms she faked. Champagne broke the silence. You please me, Zaire. It's just that we barely kiss, we barely touch. You just go right in for the gusto. Even when you do that, I'm not even wet enough. And when you go down on me, you act like it's not something you want to do. You just go straight for the clitoris. Whatever happened to licking around, tasting every inch of it? Champagne thought to herself. There was no way that she was going to say that part out loud. Zaire frowned. The reason we don't kiss is because your head is always turned. The reason we don't touch is because you're always tired. The reason I always go for the gusto is because I thought that's what you wanted. Plus, you barely suck my dick. I feel like I have to force feed you. And when you take it upon yourself, you just lick it and put the head in. You don't devour it like you used to. I guess we're both to blame for what's happened to us, Champagne tried to recognize. Yeah, I guess we are. The question remains, what are we going to do about it? Champagne cleared her throat. I have some suggestions. Some suggestions. Go ahead. Let's make one day a week our date night. We have to do something together outside the house. Something we normally wouldn't do. Like take dance lessons. Go to a play. We haven't done that in a while. Let's try a new restaurant. We almost always eat at yours, which isn't a bad thing, but a change would be nice. We could play games, maybe even do things that other couples do, or do things with other couples. Other couples like who? Neither of them knew many. Alexis and whoever she's dating, which is at the time no one. Zaire frowned. Like he liked Alexis and but she acted holier than thou, always talking about the Lord this and the Lord that. Don't get him wrong, he believed in God and even attended church occasionally, but he just felt she went overboard. Besides, he didn't feel like hearing the when you are going to get married question. The when are you going to get married question. He was ready, but it seemed like Champagne wasn't. And he didn't want to pressure her because she was ready for marriage and he wasn't. When she was married, ready for marriage, he wasn't. We can do all those things, but why don't we do something real wild and go to Hinduism? Hinduism, Champagne asked. Yep. Isn't that the all nude resort? They had watched a special on it together. Zaire was ready to pack his clothes and go by the time the first commercial aired. He was afraid to say anything because he thought Champagne would ask him if he was crazy. His best friend Thomas went and said it was off the hook. People were fucking everywhere, and you could actually sit there and watch. Heck, some folks even let you join in. Now that he wasn't sure about, but he was the watching part he could get with. Champagne surprised him by saying, "It does sound interesting. Let me think about it." "Are you serious? You really want to think about it?" "Yes, but we also need to work on doing some things I suggested as well." The rest of the evening went without incident. Both of them felt a sense of relief about getting some things off their chests. The night went when that night when they arrived home, Zaire made the effort to be romantic. While Champagne was in the shower, he did the lights and tried to create a soft, seductive setting. He pulled out a bottle of wine, made a pile of pillows near the fireplace, and turned on some Luther. Then he went in to join her. Stepping into the bathroom, he asked, "Do you mind if I join you?" Surprised, she told him, "Of course not." Actually, she was about to get out, but knew what he was trying to do, and decided that instead of pulling back, she would embrace this gesture. A few seconds later, Zaire pulled back the double glass sliding door and took her in with his eyes. He loved what he saw. 5 years later, she's still beautiful and her skin flawless, smooth and tight, not an ounce of fat anywhere. How could he neglect her? He didn't know. His woman possessed what most men desire. Not only was she smart, sexy, beautiful, and compassionate, but she was also self-aware and selfless. She was also body and health conscious. He roamed her body with his eyes and appreciated it once again. "I'm sorry I've been neglecting you. I'm going to start making it up to you from this day forward." He got her dressed and stepped into the shower. "Same here." Champagne reached over with the wash rag to rub his chiseled chest and the washboard stomach. She teased him by moving her hands below his waist, but stopped suddenly and then said, "Turn around, turn around. Let me wash your back. This isn't supposed to be about me. This is supposed to be about you." Zaire took the buffer and placed it to the side. He then took the lavender scented body wash and placed his hands on her shoulders. "I love you. You know that, right?" He moved his hands from her shoulders to her breast, letting the suds build up. "I can't imagine not being with you." He started massaging her nipples with the palms of his hands. "You're my future wife." He moved his hands down her stomach to her thighs as the soap washed away and he got on his knees. "The mother of my children." He pushed her knees apart and Champagne leaned against the wall, the water still running. Zaire palmed her pussy. "Do you want me to kiss you here or on your lips first?" Champagne looked down, lust in her voice. "Those lips?" Zaire pulled her pussy lips apart and placed one of his fingers deep within her. "How's this?" Champagne nodded. "I don't understand that. Tell me, how's this?" He took his finger out and stuck his tongue deep inside her, causing her legs to give. "What about this?" He took his tongue out and started playing with her clitoris, flicking it back and forth and then licking it. Champagne grabbed his head and tried to pull it into her pussy. "I thought you forgot about that." He looked up at her. "Let me do this my way. I don't want you to tell me that. I just want to go for the gusto. I don't want to go for the gusto ever again. And I don't want to have to tell you that. That night ended with a passion they both thought they wouldn't get back. Maybe this would be the new beginning they both desired. Chapter 3. Just got paid. Johnny Kemp. Champagne walked into her office excited to start her day, only to find her boss, Charles Jackson, chilling in her space behind her desk, like he belonged there. This irritated the hell out of her. She stopped in her tracks and started to curse his ass out, but had to remind herself that he was paying her and what and this is what was paid. This is what paid her bills. She loved her job, maybe not where she worked and who she worked for, but she enjoyed doing what she did. She made people more famous than they already were. She came up with different ideas to do so, such as press conferences, dates with other stars, magazine interviews. She also helped throw parties. Basically, she did what she had to do to get her clients more recognition. In return, she also received gifts, trips, and recognition, not to mention the friendships she developed with quite a few well known actors, actresses, and singers. Champagne started working for Jackson publicly publicity 7 years ago as an assistant and had worked her way all the way up to becoming one of the top publicists. She would have gotten there even sooner had she slept with her boss, who tried numerous occasions only to have her turn him down. But like a true trooper, he wouldn't give up. Champagne, Charles Jackson said. Jackson, Champagne replied. When she when she first started working there, she called him Mr. Jackson, but he kept insisting that she call him Charles, which was too personal for her liking, especially after his advances. Tired of the back and forth banter in regards to his name, she finally settled on calling him Jackson. Do you mind if I take my seat? She asked in a tight tone that let him know she was annoyed. Of course not. He stood up and moved from behind her desk, brushing up against her in the process. She knew he did it on purpose and just wasn't feeling it today. Actually, she was getting tired of it. Champagne looked at him with contempt. So, what can I do for you? She wanted him to get to the point of his visit and out of her sight. She knew there was a point because he didn't come to her office often. Well, I'm getting you a partner. Champagne looked at him. She knew if he was she knew if he was broke, no one would pay any attention to his short yellow ass. But because he had money, it made him bearable, turning his 5 foot 7 inches into 6 feet. It always amazed her how money could make a person more appealing. What? She heard him, but wanted him to repeat it. He knew she worked alone. The other publicists had assistants and interns, but she didn't because she liked the flexibility of doing what she wanted, when she wanted, and having and not having to look over someone's shoulder or have them look over hers. I said I'm getting you a partner. I've told you before, I don't want a partner. No, what you said is that you don't want a assistant. There's a difference. I don't. She was getting ready to say understand, but decided not to give him the satisfaction of seeing her upset. The person's name is Camille Ferguson, and she'll start one in 1 week. On your desk is her resume and outline of what I want you to show her. Fine, whatever. Champagne knew in her gut that if she had slept with him, at least at that last conference that they attended, this shit wouldn't be happening. Do you have a problem with my decision? He taunted. Yes, Jackson, I do. I don't think I have to tell you that. A month earlier, Champagne, Charles, and Tiffany Sweeps, one of the other women in the office, and attended a minority business conference in Washington, D.C. where they took a number of workshops and networked intensively. On the second night there, they joined a few other participants for drinks, and everyone got a little past tipsy. Champagne knew this wasn't kosher and decided to head back to her hotel room to get some rest. She told the others that she would catch up with them tomorrow. I'll grab a taxi and head back with you, Jackson said. It'll be my treat. Oh no, you don't have to do that. I know I don't have to. I want to. Champagne thought nothing of it and accepted. In the car, only a few words were exchanged. When they arrived at the hotel, she said goodnight and started heading towards her room, only to find Jackson following behind her. She turned around. Are you following me? Yeah, I was hoping we could stay the night together. Jackson was less than a foot from her, and for the first time that night, she realized how drunk he was. I don't think so. She placed her key into the keyhole. Why not, Champagne? You know I want you and have been waiting quite some time now. He was up in her face. No one has to know. It'll be our little secret. She knocked his hands down as he groped her breast. I told you I'm not interested. Oh, come on. He leaned over and tried to kiss her. Don't you know how far I can take you? She pushed him away. You know, this is sexual harassment, and you've been doing it for quite some time. I'd advise you to stop. Are you threatening me? Do I have to? He took a step back. Why are you so high and mighty? Just because you got a rich boyfriend don't mean shit. I've got almost as much money as he does. Please, just go away and leave me alone. Jackson started walking away. You know I can get pussy anytime. Don't think yours is special. Champagne didn't feel the need to respond. She just shook her head and went into the room and avoided him for the rest of the conference. She spoke to him only if when necessary. When they returned to New York, the air was tight with tension, so she knew this was payback. It couldn't be anything else. She worked her ass off for him and got him the best clients possible. Even when he continued to be an asshole, she recruited for better clients and basically made his company the success it was today. Let's read that again. She recruited for better clients and basically made his company the success it was today. The time had come and Champagne knew what she had to do. It was time to move on. She had been thinking about starting her own business anyway, and he'd just given her the opportunity. She didn't want to react emotionally and quit at that moment. She had to sit down and plan her shit out. She wanted to take 2 clients with her and she needed to prepare them. Just knowing in that instant what her plans were that calmed her down. She looked at Jackson and surprised him with, do what you have to do. If you think I need a partner, so be it. Now, if you don't mind, I have some phone calls I need to make. Jackson was thrown off. He just knew she would be pissed off. All of the other women in the office kissed his ass, but not Champagne, not even after all these years. He figured he would have worn her down by now. He was in love with her and was angry that the love wasn't being returned. I'm planning on having a staff meeting at the end of this week before Camille starts, so check your schedule. The second he left her office, Champagne was on the phone with Alexis. Girl, are you busy for lunch? I need to talk. Never too busy for you. All right, let's meet at our spot in the village around 1 p.m. I'll be there. For the rest of the morning, Champagne made phone calls confirming a few interviews, and she started putting together a plan for her new venture. What she had in mind was a dual public relations personnel assistant business that would cater to the wealthy, famous or not. Yeah, cater to the wealthy, famous or not. If you could afford her services, she would take you on as a client. Her goal would be to make the client's life easier by arranging their schedules, setting up appointments, booking vacations, basically managing their lives. Champagne knew this wasn't something she could do on her own and would definitely have to hire people. Damn, I hope I'm not getting in over my head, she thought to herself. Champagne and Alexis met at Mojo's, a vegetarian spot. Alexis didn't eat anything that lived and roamed the earth. This cracked Champagne up because she knew Alexis grew up on ham and bacon. As always, they sat outside. They loved to take in the sights and talk about the people that walked by. This day, they wouldn't be doing that. Champagne had some serious business at hand and she needed to discuss. Would you like something to drink? The waitress asked. Some water in the menu, Champagne replied, with lemon. The waitress walked away. So what's up, lady? What's new? Besides the fact that I'm leaving my job? Get out. Girl, I can't do it anymore. What happened? Don't tell me Jackson came on to you again. I told you you should have told Zaire a long time ago. And I told you I had it all under control. But that's not why. He had the audacity to tell me he hired me a partner. A partner? Do you need a partner? No, I don't need a damn partner. I know he's only doing this because I won't sleep with him. Well, sue his ass. I don't feel like going through all that. Plus, I have a better plan. Alexis was all ears. I've brought him most of the top clients, and I'm going to take them with me when I leave. What about the contract you signed, saying you couldn't do that? Girl, I haven't signed a contract in over a year. I think it slipped his mind because I've been there so long. You've got to do what's best for you. Before Champagne could say anything else, the waitress placed their water on their table along with their menus. Champagne waited until she walked away. You know, me and Zaire had a talk. The talk? Yeah, girl, the talk. It's about time. I was getting a little tired of you complaining to me about the same things over and over. I was not. Yeah, you were. You just didn't realize it. You were starting to sound like a broken record. How come you didn't say anything? Because I'm your friend, and that's what I'm here for, to listen. Alexis and Champagne had been friends since childhood, going back as far as fourth grade. They grew up in Neptune, a small town in New Jersey, and lived next door to one another. Just as any relationship or friendship, the two had been through their ups and downs. During their elementary, middle, and high school years, you couldn't keep those two apart. They did everything together. They joined the same club, coordinated their clothes, called each other the night before to find out what the other was wearing, and sometimes even liked the same boys. When that happened, they both chose to leave it alone because no man was going to come between them. Then there was the thing neither of them would ever discuss playing house with one another. Oh, let's start over. Pause. Then there was the thing. Let's see what's going on. Is Prince down there with you? Huh? I can't hear you. smart intermission. That last sentence was the two friends. Something that they had to discuss that happened when they were younger. We're gonna see what happened. I guess I could have just answered that question out loud. Don't pay me no man. Thanks for still being here. Wow. You're not bored? We only I think we just on the second chapter. We're only on the second or the third chapter. Are you following? Am I reading loud enough? Can you hear me? Oh. Try not to smoke dead in the middle of the camera. Okay. Thank you. Something to drink. Right.
car travels from to. Electrify America. With over 600 ultra-fast charging stations across the U.S., your electric car can go coast to coast. Click to learn more. I'm about you, girl. See, I don't know you at all, but I'm about it. If you bout it, don't give a fuck if you're involved. Cause I'm about it. If you bout it, don't act like you wasn't with a figure. But honestly, it's better to say that girl, and I don't know if I'll see you later. So I'm about it. If you bout it. Niggas must have forgot their alphabet. That means slave, yeah, those hands for everything. Be what I wanna be. See past the situation that's in front of me. Y'all is an enemy, that we say fuck them. The irony is they inspire me to love them. G is past on me, cash flow with H is what your heart is, never sit last home. I is inspirable, too like the fire, so we be in the streets, number one supplier. And that's what I'm talking for my niggas when I make it. Give me two of them straight, no name, keys hurt when they like it's like better than no feature. Resembles me, get it comes for elemental P. Do the check, look like you in the press, get your red kid, never let it go in your head. As that's for success, will be the best. Teach back to the next steps. Cause you got the power, people on this every action. W is right out tonight with a passion. X is expect to fail. Watch this the trick. The way you sweat, catch it in two. It's the high. Yo, think there's nothing to follow me. So niggas do attempt to be the change you wanna see. And things to be different. Tell us what you mean. Like, are you one of the good guys? You one of us things. Either way, you gotta eat, elevate your mind, right? Cause that is where the mind, right? And that's how you define, like what I say. G's, get back to your home. And H's on the people that they come to along. Oh yeah, fuck it, we go back to X's, that's for freedom. G's, keep your good thoughts. One of you gon' lead them. And H's in your hood stars. One of you gon' feed them. Cause it's bad enough. Niggas get the check and get to leave it. Chase for them so far, we wanted his kids. Looking through the black, singing at night, we want to live it. And there's more money, more products, and any homes, no peace. And that's pessimistic problems. You quit looking and all you still looking. That's trust, less see, it's the infinity you. Cause that is all about you, and that's why you never fucked around and left that eye. VW is very wise, and X is this example. Why lie? You got simple, you ain't got fair, and that's why. My sauce gon' pop, pop, pop. What makes you think I'm not okay with that? I took my backpack off. Ready to change the game up on the track. Y'all thinking I'ma fall off? I'm telling the issue. 2 seconds you get your rocks off. That's when I set your ass off. So I been over the scene like I'm boss. I got peace songs, if you smoke good. I got peace songs, if you play so good that you can't kick it. Get it, have a party. Oh shit, we don't hurt nobody. Let your knees drop, while the beat rock. You a scheme, seem so like me.
Coming. Hope I didn't take too long. I had to get more comfortable. Like the shirt. One of my oversized shirts. I like to buy some shirts oversized. They come almost down to my knees. And then I wear them with like short shorts. And these are my compression tights because, of course, I have a fluid problem. And my comfortable socks. That's the main thing I was getting. 2 more minutes. That was my boyfriend, James. James is good about helping with the dog. Oh, thank you. Thank you. If you ever want to come on the screen, just let me know. I don't mind. I'll send you the link so we can actually talk. But hopefully things will pick up. I'm gonna come up with some more ideas besides just cash and prizes. But right now, people like cash and they love prizes. So hopefully it'll get somebody else's attention. Somebody. And we'll go from there. See how the Lord works it out. I'm glad you're enjoying the book. Okay, her best friend, they reminiscing on, how close they are and everything. And she's telling her best friend about what's going on. Her and her boyfriend have been having a discussion and everything. So that's where we ended. So we're gonna start from there. Get a little bit more smoke in. Guess I cut the music too soon. Got a little warm.
Shouldn't even shake your hand. Thought you were the only, still don't know me. It's so evident to million confusing, but with all of my accomplishments I made. Cause I do work my ass off. Back up in the game, like my uncle's got that cast off. All I've been is cast off by those who seem to lag hard. Trying to give the world some hope, so do the dark or cast start. Hope it lasts the way, right until yesterday. Life's been dark and y'all can see I've had a lot to say. Your friends have been supportive, you can tell by how I word it. So being around that energy, I feel I can't afford it. Talking about I need direction, someone where is yours? I've had mine and it's the only thing that I've been working toward. And I built it from the floor, y'all don't seem to help no more. CSR the movement, cause the internet's what opened the door. So don't act like it, and please don't treat me like I'm your sidekick. Cause I watch TV, I see how life is. And it's not easy, but still I'm right here. Screaming I'm good, I'm good, yeah. Nigga, I'm good, I'm good, yeah. What I mean to say is y'all ain't been about the drink. Even back in high high school. Done with really back the team. To those who were, you know I know, and your support means everything. Not to prove, come from anywhere and become anything. That you can take whatever you love and make it everything. But the part is bigger than us. We made it everything. You know it's because I wear my word like a wedding ring. Sticking to my creed, put honesty above everything. Cause I ain't been perfect, but at least I got a purpose. Got some stars in my contact list with hippies and we merch shit. Conversations with the greatest. Can't wait to say I made it. Shouts to those who say I helped them get through hard times with my favorite. Shouts to channels that upload me and the haters that can blow me. And shouts out to the world and system. You want to control me. Lives that show me love and friends who love what we does. Everyone who sees us hitting the top before we go.
Hello, heroes, don't act like it. And please don't treat me like I'm your sidekick. Cause I watch TV, I see how life is. It's not easy, but still I'm right here. Screaming, I'm good, I'm good. Yeah. Nigga, I'm good, I'm good. Yeah. Hello, heroes, don't act like it. Please don't treat me like I'm your sidekick. Cause I watch TV, I see how life is. But it's not easy, but still I'm right here. Screaming, I'm good.
Yeah, man, the world needs better laws. Maybe then we'll be better off. I'm hoping that it comes, but it never does. I just wanna be the man my dad never was. Hear my music is all soul. Just got new grills and they all low. So I got that beef with the po-po. They don't like my style, no. I don't really give a damn, I keep steering. Switch gears and the fans just keep cheering. No interceptions, no interference. I'm on an 18, no head cheering. I'm headed for the stage now, they clearing.
This is not copyright music, so it ain't what we'll normally listen to.
This one's on me. Let's go down.
Nah, it's inspiration.
One shot, two shots. I don't really know if I'm counting right. Oh, we drink it down so we can live it up. Why? Cause you never know what tomorrow brings in this crazy life. This life, this life, this life, this life. I'm thankful, even when they say I'm crazy. This life, this life, this life, this life. So let's drink to everything that we've been through. Ain't nobody shutting it down the way I'm killing it. And anybody talking shit, acting like they're innocent. Well, I just wanna be the one to let you know what's sentiment. I'm kissing on your girl, and I lip gloss cinnamon. I love it. You set the bar, I'm a bust it. Backing down, I never does it. Plus, I wasn't. You got one, I got a dozen. If she's taken, I hope she got a cousin, cause she's hotter than the atlas on the landscape. Cause I better do the things that a man can't. I'm a chef, and that dude is a pancake. We can keep it a secret just like a handshake. Shit, life ain't free, but I write less sweet what the world brings you. With a guy like me, you can dive in first, baby. I'm an OG. It'll be all good, just fly with me tonight. This one's on me. Let's go downtown tonight. One shot, two shots. I don't really know if I'm counting right. Oh, we drink it down so we can live it up. Why? Cause you never know what tomorrow brings in this crazy life. This life, this life, this life, this life. And I'm thankful, even when they say I'm crazy, to live this life, this life, this life, this life. So let's drink to everything that we've been through. Summertime. This one's on me. Let's go downtown tonight. One shot, two shots. I don't really know if I'm counting right. Oh, we drink it down so we can live it up. Why? Cause you never know what tomorrow brings in this crazy life. This life, this life, this life, this life. And I'm thankful, even when they say I'm crazy, to live this life, this life, this life, this life. So let's drink.
Alright, time to get back to the nitty gritty. Okay. I want to start back at the beginning of this paragraph where I had stopped at to refreshing our memories on what her friend was talking about and what their conversation, which direction their conversation was actually going, because their conversation was taken in another direction of some things that wanted to be said, it wasn't said, or maybe it was said and shouldn't have been said, or something about the past. Let's see what happened. Just as in any relationship or friendship, the two had been through their ups and downs. During their elementary, middle, and high school years, she couldn't keep those two apart. They did everything together. They joined the same club, coordinated their clothes, called each other the night before to find out what each other was wearing, and sometimes even liked the same boys. What that when that when that happened, they both chose to leave it alone because no man was going to come between them. Excuse me. Then there was the thing. Neither of them would ever discuss. Playing house with one another, one would be the mommy, the other would be the daddy, and they would take turns kissing, rubbing up against each other, feeling each other's breasts, and occasionally fingering each other. This went on mostly during the middle school years until they both became interested in boys. You would never think this took place because they never acknowledged it. They were different in personality and looks, totally opposite, but both beautiful. Alexis was a yellow girl, as the boys called her, and shapely, and she usually received most of the attention. It never caused a problem because, unlike most light skinned girls back in the day, she didn't flaunt it. She just wanted to be regular. It was already bad enough that she could barely walk down the street without some asshole yelling obscenities. Not want to take any shit, she'd always speak up and tell someone what was on her mind, causing many fights in her youth. Things hadn't changed, and as an adult, she still did this. The only change is now was that she was saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Spirit. Champagne felt like she went overboard with it. The Lord this, the Lord that. It started when they went away to college in New York. Alexis met this guy called Brother. Yep, that was his real name. He wanted to be a minister and attended church regularly. When he and Alexis started dating, he invited her to church. From that point forward, Champagne thought Alexis had joined the cult. She started being judgmental, quoting Bible verses. She'd stopped going out and stopped drinking. Acting like Champagne wasn't good enough. Hold on. She stopped going out and drinking, acting like Champagne wasn't good enough. It was to the point that they stopped speaking over a year. One evening, Champagne went out and was a little hungover with a headache. She went to Alexis' dorm thinking she could find some comfort and support, only to have Alexis pray for her. After listening to Alexis try to pray the demons out of her, she told her, "Listen, I love you and all, but I can't take you judging everything I do and say. So maybe we need to chill a little. If you really need me, I'm here for you, but other than that, our friendship has reached the point where I no longer feel comfortable. I have to watch what I say, what I do. I'm always on guard and I feel like I can't be myself around you." It was a heartfelt, wrenching moment, but something Champagne had to do for her own peace of mind. It felt like a breakup. She cried for several days. She'd gotten used to picking up the phone and hearing her best friend's voice almost every day, and hearing her best friend's voice almost. She got used to picking up the phone and hearing her best friend's voice almost every day. Often she'd find herself picking up the phone and dialing the number only to hang it back up. Homegirl was having withdrawal symptoms. She didn't realize how much she'd come to depend on Alexis. It was Alexis who needed champagne first. Brother broke her heart. She caught him cheating with one of the other sisters in the church. And at the time, Alexis still considered herself a virgin as far as penetration, orally no. She came crying to Champagne. I thought he was perfect for me. He was saved, he went to church, he didn't pressure me to have sex. I don't care how much church a man attends, Champagne thought. If he's not getting the sex from his woman, he's getting sex from somewhere. But she didn't say anything and wanted to kick and didn't want to kick the sister when she was down. Alexis was still safe and she still had judgmental ways, but thank God no longer went overboard with it. So when Champagne told her about she and Zaire had gone to Hinduism, Alexis didn't tell her that she was going to hell. She just said, "Are you out of your mind? There's no way in the world she would take her man to that place filled with beautiful naked women. She certainly didn't find she didn't want to be around a bunch of naked men running around with their dicks hanging out. It just wasn't something she wanted to see, and she couldn't understand why Champagne would either. Have you two lost your natural minds? I can't believe Zaire would even suggest such a thing. And for you to accept, what were you thinking? I was just thinking that it's time to add some spice into my relationship. That's the only plan you two could come up with. You're judging, Alexis, Champagne told her in a tone that reminded her how far they'd come. I know, I'm sorry, but there has to be some other way to add a spark to your relationship. Going to the freak beach? I don't know, girl. Something about it just ain't right. Plus, you ain't never walked around nobody naked. So how are you going to feel walking around strangers naked? They won't know me. I won't know them. That's what's going to make it easy. You might be biting off more than you can chew. What are you going to do when his dick gets hard? What do you mean? What I'm going to do? Hop on it. Plus, isn't there much he can do? He can do while I'm right there? Hold on. What do you mean, what am I going to do? Hop on it. Plus, there isn't too much he can do while I'm right there. Well, what are you going to do when you see some main Digo looking man and he turns you on? What do you think I'm going to do? Stare with my tongue hanging out? They shared a laugh, easing the tension that was forming. You're sick. You know that. When Champagne returned to the office, she found a note on her desk from Jackson. He wanted her to put together a list of her clients and any pertinent information she wanted to share with Camille. To hell with that, Champagne said, and packed up for the rest of the day. Chapter 4, Boys, Mary Jane, Girls. Zaire was sitting in his office, a huge smile plastered on his face. He recalled the way Champagne surprised him by sucking his dick the night before. She did like it, and it was the best tasting dessert on this earth. He'd arrived home from work late that night because of a party, and for an up and coming male fashion designer that wasn't scheduled to end up after 1 in the morning. Zaire was tired, and the only thing was on his mind was climbing into bed. To his surprise, Champagne had other things in mind. Hey, sweetie, she greeted him when he walked in, looking sexy as hell. She was relaxed and all in the sitting room in a short black negligee and a glass of wine in her hands. From an earlier conversation, he knew she had a rough day at work and was surprised to see her up. Why aren't you in bed? I was waiting for you to come home. That's sweet, but you didn't have to do that. I know I didn't have to. I wanted to. Champagne stood up and gave him a kiss, took his hand and pulled him towards the bedroom. Now go and take your shower and I'll be out here waiting with the surprise. Zaire questioned her with his eyes, but she wasn't giving anything away. Wash up good too, she told him. Don't miss an inch. While in the shower, Zaire wondered what she had planned. She did say don't miss an inch. That meant a blowjob was in order. So he took extra care in cleaning his penis under his balls and his ass. One never knows. Zaire stepped out of the shower and into the bedroom. He dried himself off with the towel. On the night on the nightstand next to the bed were some items. He took a closer look at them. Honey, dust, body, powder, motion lotion, and some weird looking vibrator. What the hell is that? He asked. It's called a cyber flicker. And what is it supposed to flick? I know you don't plan on going anywhere near me. Come here, just relax and let me do my thing. I don't know. Trust me, I'm not going to do anything I'm sure you won't like. Zaire sat on the bed cautiously. Champagne straddled him and pushed him back. Don't you want to don't you want to talk about your day? He asked playfully. No, I have something better in mind, Champagne kissed him on his eyelids, causing him to shut them, and then traced his lips with her mouth. She pushed him back onto the bed, moved her legs to rest between his, and placed her hands on his penis, massaging him. Moving down his body with her tongue, she reached over for the motion lotion and ran her tongue over his shaft. Zaire had his eyes open and watched her every move. She rubbed the lotion over his penis, and with each hand movement, it was heating up. Zaire moaned, that feels good. Well, this is going to feel even better. Champagne blew on his penis, causing the heated sensation, and then draped her mouth around it and circled it with her tongue up to the head. Oh, girl, what are you doing? Zaire tried to sit up, but she pushed him back down. Instead of answering him, she proceeded to suck and lick every inch of him. Zaire had his eyes closed and was giving an I'm about to explode at any moment face. When he heard this buzzing sound, what the hell? He opened his eyes. Time to catch Champagne holding that flicker thing between. Oh, okay. Zaire had his eyes closed and was giving his I'm about to explode at any moment face. When he heard this buzzing sound, what the hell? He opened his eyes just in time to catch Champagne holding that flicker thing between his balls and his ass. When she placed it there, his whole body tightened up. Come on, baby, relax. We said we wanted to change. When he realized that she wasn't trying to put anything in him, he relaxed and enjoyed the feeling of the vibration, which ran up and down the length of his body. When she started licking his balls, he knew it would be over any minute. I'm going to come any minute now. Let me inside of you. Champagne wasn't hearing it. She was enjoying the moment. Ugh, Zaire yelled out. I'm about to come. Champagne replaced her mouth with her right hand, dropped the flicker, and massaged his balls with the left while he exploded. Afterwards, Zaire looked at her with love. That was the bomb. He didn't even question her about the new items. He just knew he had the best orgasm in quite some time. If she had only swallowed, that would have topped it off. Champagne went to wash her hands and get a rag to wipe Zaire down. When she returned, he was sound asleep. Smiling and wishing she could pat herself on the back, Champagne was pleased with herself. So Zaire sat recalling last night and thinking to himself, I couldn't believe I let her put a damn vibrator anywhere near my ass. Shaking his head, he tried to clear his thoughts and concentrate on work that lay before him. But before he could even do that, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? His employees knew not to bother him, especially when his door was closed. Every other Friday, he took care of the financial end of the business, paying bills, reviewing his cash flow, and paying his employees. And this was one of those days. He did this religiously. It enabled him to know on a consistent basis what he was bringing in and what he was putting out. No one could or would ever try to cheat him out of a penny. He knew where every cent went. His business allowed him with the luxuries of his Cadillac, Jeep, and Mercedes coupe that sat in the garage of his estate. It also allowed him to purchase champagne, the 3-carat engagement ring she wore on her finger. Heck, it allowed him to be rich beyond his dreams and become richer in the upcoming years. Even his parents would be pleased at the success of the restaurant. Yes, it was a little more lavish than they initially planned, but to make money, you had to spend money. And he expanded on their dreams, bringing to fruition what they couldn't. Bringing to fruition what they couldn't. It's Thomas, nigga. Thomas stopped short. He almost slipped up and said the whole word. But the last thing he needed to hear was Zaire chastising him, asking him why he had to be so hood, that there was a time and a place for everything, and his place of business wasn't it. Thomas had heard the speech 1,000 times and could repeat it word for word. You can't come into my place of business acting like you're from the streets. My employees have to respect me in the way that I am, and the way I am here with them is not the way I am with you. And on and on and on he'd go. Eventually, Thomas started to tune him out and would just nod his head as if he was listening. Hold up. Hold up. Zaire got out of his chair and let Thomas in. What up? Thomas greeted. They gave each other a pound. Nothing, just taking care of business as usual. Want to go out for lunch? Zaire gave Thomas a long, steady look. What? What you looking at me like that for? Today is the second Friday of the month. What do I do the second Friday of every month? My finances. You know this, and you still drop in and expect me to. Thomas stood up. How about this? I have free lunch while I'm here, and we go out tonight instead. Go to a strip club, see some naked ass, have a couple of drinks. I'll catch up. I'll catch up Trevor and Wise and see if they want to join us. Oh no, I'll call up Trevor and Wise and see if they want to join us. Zaire really wasn't feeling it, but he knew he'd been neglecting his boys for the last month. He glanced at the calendar and recalled that it was Thomas's birthday. Not letting on he forgot, he said, "Cool, anything for the birthday, boy." Oh, nigga, I thought you forgot. You're my boy. I wouldn't forget your day. Yeah, okay, I saw you take a peek at the calendar. Thomas and Zaire met during their first year of college. They attended Rutgers University in New Jersey together and hung out with the same crowd. One evening when they were standing in the hall, Thomas overheard Zaire talking about his sloppy ass roommate that was pledging a fraternity. I'm about to go upside his head. Thomas was going through the same thing with his roommate and was in the process of finding an apartment off campus. He needed a roommate and he wanted extra cash to spend on the ladies. He decided to approach Zaire. Yo, man, I'm about to get an apartment off campus, and if we split the cost, we can get a 2 bedroom. It'll save me a few dollars. Yeah, but will it save me? Zaire asked. I don't know what it will save you, but you just might get a peace of mind. Zaire looked at him and tried to sum him up. He recalled seeing Thomas around campus talking to the finest ladies. He also knew Thomas wasn't a slouch in the academics department. Also, he dressed like a thug and talked like he was from the streets. He ran track and stayed and stayed on the dean's list. He appreciated change. He'd appreciate a change because his roommate was a slouch, loud and irritating. Peace of mind was definitely something he could use. Yo, man, thanks. It sounds like a plan, but I need to see the place first. Zaire wasn't stupid. He knew that college students could only afford so much. He knew what he could afford, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to give up safety for comfort. The apartment turned out to be in a decent area of the New Brunswick, close downtown near the public transportation, so he moved in. Thomas and Zaire got off to a smooth start. Both of them were neat freaks. Nothing was ever out of place. When they had women over, they were always impressed. When they had women over, they were always impressed, especially when they learned that they kept the place up themselves. They also never had any major disagreements, especially when it came to women. Zaire liked them attractive and smart, while Thomas liked them ugly and dumb. His theory was ugly women treat you better because they want to hold on to you and would do just about anything to make that happen. Zaire didn't have a theory. He just wanted someone he could carry a conversation and be seen in public with. It wasn't long before they became the best of friends. They'd stay up late night and talk about any and everything under the sun. They had each other's back. Where one might slack off in studies, the other picked up. They complimented one another, balanced each other out. They became like brothers. Zaire's parents would send Thomas necessities when they sent Zaire's, who's never felt cheated because he knew Thomas grew up in a foster home without a family. Thomas and Zaire still had each other's back. They drink together and even go as far as to have sex in the same room. Well, that was before champagne came along. Occasionally, Zaire would recall with disdain an incident that took place their senior year. They'd had a party to celebrate their upcoming graduation. Drinks were flowing and weed was being passed back and forth like water. Everyone was having the time of their lives. As the clock ticked and the hours passed, the crowd started to disperse until there was about 10 people left. And what was a party with people dan- and what was a party with people dancing, laughing, and having a good time became an orgy. How it happened is still beyond Zaire's knowledge. All he knew is that one minute he was kissing this girl on the couch, and 2 minutes later he looked up to find a group of 5 having sex near the fireplace, and 2 other couples off to the side doing their thing. Dicks were being sucked, people were fucking doggy style. There was no pussy eating back then. That was something the brothers denied doing. So to actually be seen doing it was out of the question. Full of liquor and weed, Zaire decided to see just how far he could go with his female friend, and ended up being all the way. Later that night, after everyone left, Zaire lay semi-consciously out on his bed. He could barely move. His head was pounding. That night was his first night experiment with weed. He recalled hearing someone say it was laced with something. Feeling a little out of it, he found himself falling asleep. He woke up with someone's lips wrapped around his penis. Not even bothering to open his eyes, he figured it was the girl he'd been with earlier. He decided to go with the flow and take the pleasure ride. He started moving his hips and grinding into the person's mouth and went to reach for their head when he heard his door open. What the fuck? Thomas yelled out. Zaire opened his eyes and looked down to find Tyron, a classmate, a fellow party goer with his dick in his mouth. Shocked, embarrassed, and confused because it was feeling so good, Zaira's initial reaction was to jump up and push Tyron's head away. Then he kicked him in the chest, causing him to fall back. Zaire was about to beat his ass to a pulp, but Tyron got up to run out the room. Close the door, Zaire called out. Thomas did as he was told. Zaire looked at Thomas and tried to convince him. Yo, man, I'm not gay. I was in here passed out. I wake up and this motherfucker has my dick in his mouth. Zaire took a step towards Tyron. Tyron covered his face like the punk he was and immediately started apologizing. Zaire was up on him when Thomas said, wait, and stood between them. Move out of my way, man, or you're going to get hurt too. Nah, man, I've got a better idea. Let's humiliate him instead. That's what we used to do in foster care. Fuck humiliation. He needs his ass kicked. Thomas started to unzip his pants and turned towards a frightened Tyron. You want to suck some dick? Here's a dick for you. Zaire was shocked. Yo, man, what the fuck are you going to do? Let him finish his job on both of us. Zaire looked at Thomas like he'd lost his damn mind. I ain't gay, man. I ain't neither, and neither am I. He started it. Let him finish. Zaire, not being sure what to do and caught between confusion and anger, decided just to follow Thomas's lead, and together they forced Tyron to do them both. They knew he wouldn't say anything for fear of what it would do to his reputation. This incident stayed their secret. They never told a soul about it and discussed it only once, and that was that following day. Yo, man, what made you come into my room? Zaire asked. Well, when you were doing Sarah, I saw Tyron watching, and it looked like he was watching you harder than her. When you went to your room, he said he was going to the bathroom. Something just didn't feel right. It was taking a long ass time to come back, so I thought I'd check on you. Shit, you better be glad I did because ain't no telling how far he would have tried to go. How come you just didn't let me beat his ass? That would have been too easy. I don't know, Thomas. I don't feel right about what we did. I'm not gay, and the shit feels wrong. Man, please. Just because you let another man suck your dick don't make you gay. When I was in foster care, it was either that or get beat down. Which route would you have taken? Don't even worry about it. It's between us. We don't even have to talk about it anymore. To Zaire, just because it wasn't talked about didn't mean it didn't happen. It was something he thought about occasionally but never discussed ever again with anyone. He decided that the incident was something he would take to his grave. Later that evening, Zaire and Champagne sat on the couch discussing Champagne's business plan. Suddenly, Zaire glanced at his watch. Oh shit! What's up, Champagne asked. I forgot I told Thomas and the boys I'd hang out with them. Today's Thomas's birthday. Champagne didn't know whether to believe him or not. It's funny how insecurity can creep up on you at any given moment. Ever since they had their we need a change in our relationship talk, she'd been second guessing herself. Then out of the clear blue sky, Zaire informed her that he was hanging out that night, which didn't make it any better. She knew that he was anal about his schedule. Where y'all going? She asked. I'm not sure, but I'll call you while I'm out. That made her feel a little better because he couldn't be doing too much if he telephoned her. What time do you think you'll be back? Zaire stood up. By the third degree. What? I can't ask you any questions? Not in the mood for an argument. Zaire chose not to answer. Instead, he just leaned over and kissed her on the forehead. I'll call you while I'm out. Chapter 5. Friends Houdini. Sure. Yep. Yes, we can. We can set a date. Just let me know. Just let me know. I'm going to go push my air conditioner. It's getting cold. I'll be back. We're on chapter 5.
You've never thought about building your own YouTube? Check this out.
Yeah, oh. One of the best, but I hate it. Success truly over with.
Took like 14 Adderall, drank 72 Red Bulls. Finished my intro the day of the release.
I chase bad bitches, accolades, got will sign up, passed away. I'm twice as good, get half the praise. I'm a sniper weapon, I blast away. You ain't getting from me. Now, this is how I've been. 10 hours, my chips sour. Rising and bombing together, look like we the Twin Towers. I'm just taking, I'm frustrated. If I can only get just the place. Name I'm down and I lost the greatness. No chip off of that. I'm a block, all eyes on me, but I'm no block. Funky loving out, blowing shots at base and knocking like car packs. I'm number one. Big Mac and I'm on the ice on my wrist. Slacking out, being happy, they been slacking, they been down and I'm living out in my lunch. I need one more winner. Got the game on my right finger. I'm eating, that's all I think. Kill the shit, 'cause that's not the part. I want this me. I know I just do this for me. I'm living the game on this shit at 180 degrees. Baby, please, baby, please. I know you dying to stay. I ain't gonna
Okay. I got to take the dog.
I'm highly trying from the valley to the mountains. I ain't finished till I caught and made a call with my outfit. Can't stay nothing like Miami in the summer, man. I'm just getting over all the pressure I was under down. Yeah, you know I had it going on now. I told you I was going to this rollers on the coastline. These days, I don't know what to work for the coastline. In the 49er, I'm just sitting on the phone. Riding around like the traffic's on my pockets. Famous brothers, I'm obnoxious to it. Since I can judge, getting in my hoodie from the haters, fuck the drama. I was in the show the world. They dealing with a problem from the get-go. Let's go, ready for the next show. I ain't time for anything but any time to rest. So I get it in the morning till the sun falls back. Then hit it till it rises and the dawn comes back. Sushi, wasabi, sake, sipping tips and chops and turkey tips and 22 touch and terrific. Full of it and tasting to totally challenge. This whole totally spinning. Then the tap is revealing my credits hitting the ceiling and then he burning the floor. I ain't drinking too far. Then it's raining the doors. Oh yeah, I done this before. I just thought you should know. I plan on taking you home. The way I'm leaving alone. The film remind me is slow. Drinking since heaven. Call you walking with twins. The sun is lit. The topic up and worry about your friends. All the serving where we headed. Just stressing where you been. Putting out the time. Putting out the play. Lost you with it. I'm a man. I'm a man. I'm a man. I'm a get it. Cause I can. Cause I can. Cause I can. And I fit it in my veins. In my veins. In my veins. I think maybe girl. I'm she a fan. I'm highly trying from the valley to the mountains. I ain't finished till I caught and made a call with my outfit. Can't stay nothing like Miami in the summer, man. I'm just getting over all the pressure I was under now. Cool cat, you know I had it going on now. I told you I was going and it's Coronas on the coastline. These days, I don't know what's worthy of a coastline. Ain't a 49er, I'm just sitting on the golf line. On this beyond, I just do this for me. I'm in the game on this shit at 180 degrees. Baby, please, baby, please. I know you need to stay. I ain't stopping for I can't always remember the name. Good. Life's too short, fucking up is necessary. Just one day, I just gotta have a been married.
Life's too short, fucking up is necessary. Cause one day I just bad when we up your married. Smoke clouds in the shell, smoke clouds in the shell, I told my homie life was such a bitch. I feel it. He said that once you hit it like a chick and kill it and treat it like your name, maybe take a fucking train to the highest mountain up in Spain, make it rain. You know my life and the shit is all. Fun to the weather, still and all. Tripping all night, I'm tripping it all. I'm tripping a little, I'm tripping a little. Why can't we be like trees? Be have this money, be like leaves be. And all you know it's all. I have this thing for the night. Life's too short, fucking up is necessary. Someday I just never remember you married. Smoke clouds in the shell, I can't believe it's been a year already. My whole damn family is here. And Jay Slay had this one beer already. Throwing money looking like it's damn near confetti. I don't fear nobody, don't need no money. I showed up for 2 drugs, when it's love, when it's fun, it's DJ, stick this with the lead out. Hey, this we can see out. Probably cause I put my people in out of a people. Life's too short, fucking up is necessary. Cause one day I just never remember married. Smoke clouds in the shell, smoke clouds in the shell, wake up ashamed, call me away. I told my mother I would quit. What can I say? I'm still breathing, falling in love every evening. So we just gonna stay. Teenage dreamers on his way. I told my mother I gave up. What can I say? I'm still breathing, falling in love every evening. The world be on top, bro. Next to my shorty and all the girls that she docked up. Waking up late and we gon' hack up the champagne. Girlies is hanging, but trust they won't do a damn thing. Holler that shorty that she was never a star. But all she kept asking me to let's have her on mom. And I said, you crazy, you need to chill, dog. I got that heavy check, real love and a whole lot of liquor to make you feel buzz. Last night, before we had it, the body scattered at my spot, I picked the kill. I forgot when I thought I knew. If you were me, you'd be falling too. Every evening. Good day. Wake up with champagne. Oh, yeah, I told my mother I was quit. What can I say? I'm still breathing. Falling in love every evening. So we just gonna stay. Teenage dreamers on this way. I told my mother I was what can I say? I'm still breathing. Falling in love every evening. I'm feeling young. I'm staying out late like it's never been done. I'm losing my heart like I got it in the rules. Like I've been handed the keys to every door that I choose. With all my clothes and we jump in the pool. And every emotion is feeling like new. Around the posters and on the news. But we wouldn't care if they never knew. And this kid's brown and all on the roof. We've been in the days and I can't find my shoes. I can't find myself. I can't find my girl. And I wouldn't Sleep through the day, wake up with champagne. Told me that day, I told my mother I was quit. What can I say? I'm still breathing, falling in love every evening. So we just wanna stay. Teenage dreamers, all this way. I told my mother I was what can I say? I'm still breathing, falling in love every evening. I don't wanna sleep tonight. I don't wanna sleep tonight. Open your eyes, open your eyes. Wish you could tonight. Sleep through the day, wake up with champagne. On me a I told my mother I would quit. What can I say? I'm still breathing, falling in love every evening. So we just wanna stay. Teenage dreamers, all this way. I told my mother I would what can I say? I'm still breathing, falling in love every evening. Tell me why it's feeling like I fight for the right to be faithful. Tell me I ain't earned this, but I'm grateful. Can't stand sitting back while I'm eating my behave. Won't put food on the table. Now y'all attacking them, cause I'm passionate. Me son, gotta take it to the maximum. Told them I was up next and they laughed it up. So I didn't say shit, I just backed it up. But we'll see who's the last laugh. Going hard now, no one can stop me. And where I am after all you to talk shit, I got the right to be cocky. On and on, it goes on and on. Get the whole crowd lost in that ambiance. With their hands up, serving that audience. Send the girls to the front like, oh my God, see the problem with the game now? What? No sense of direction. Yeah, I used to fit in with that lame crowd. Why? It's a fear of rejection. Now found me, found that in the booth. Fuck living lies. Rap is the truth, and yeah, the spotlight ain't what it seems. All I know is it's just on the tree, man. I don't wanna wake up, man. I don't wanna wake up. I'm never gonna wake up. I don't wanna wake up, man. I don't wanna wake up. I'm never gonna wake up. I said just be you. That doesn't sound hard, does it? Everybody's really trying to make a lane now, but that's a huge part of it. I'll be on top and none of y'all can't touch it. See, I changed up, but all of my fans love it. Shout out to my friends that better since the beginning, cause they were holding me down while all of my fans wasn't. Now we just bounce to the beat of the drums and bet the whole crowd's gonna be eating it up, and yeah, treating every show like our last one, so there's nothing better. You ain't even gotta ask for back-to-back hits. I said we gon' get it. Back-to-back hits, and still I ain't finished. Back to that studio, back to that mic. Not bad, but coming from nothing now, it's it. See the problem with the game now? What? No sense of direction. Yeah, I used to fit in with that lame crowd. Why? It's a fear of rejection. Now found me, found that in the booth. Fuck living lies. Rap is the truth, and yeah, the spotlight ain't what it seems. All I know is it's just all a dream, man. I don't wanna wake up, man. I don't wanna wake up. I don't wanna wake up, man. I don't wanna wake up. I'm never gonna wake up.
Okay, chapter 4, Boys, Mary Jane Girls. Prince, hey. What's up? You gonna make it on the party? Right there. Over there. Get in your bed. Get in your bed. Yep. Sit right there. Thank you. Get in your bed. Stay right there. Stay right there. Thank you. uh, stay and don't move. But don't move. You see what I'm going to stay. Came back right on time. You know, your vision. Come back over there. Sit down. Take that bandana off. I love his ears. Okay, chapter 5. Friends who leave. Zaire. Uh-oh. My throat again. Zaire and his boys had taken to doing something at least once a week. While in the mall shopping, Champagne admitted to Alexis that she was a little jealous. Shopping was something Champagne hated to do. She'd rather order out of a catalog or off the internet. Mall shopping just didn't do it for her. But people everywhere, clothes picked all over, and salespeople in your face. Can I help you? Can I help you? She knew it was their job, but sometimes she just wanted to yell, "Go away, girl! Please don't be jealous. A man needs his space, just like a woman does. I'm sure you don't want to be cooped up with some man all day, every day. You need to be you and let him be him." I know, but I've gotten spoiled. It's just been me and him for the past couple of months. Reality check, you've also been miserable. Plus, you're going to have him for the rest of your life. A couple of hours here and there. What's a couple of hours here and there? Champagne knew Alexis was right. She also knew she was going through some emotional shit right now. She felt like she was on some sort of roller coaster. She was definitely leaving her job. She was going to start a new company, and to top all of that off, Jackson expected her to train as the new girl. She was feeling a little sensitive and a lot overwhelmed. Camille, her new partner, came in making demands, acting like she was Whitney or some other diva. Champagne knew that Camille and Jackson were fucking the way that he was rolling out the red carpet for her. There couldn't have been any other reason. Okay, I gotta take a pause. Clear my throat. Break time.
See the problem with the game now? What? No sense of direction. Yeah, I used to fit in with that lame crowd. Why? Cause of fear of rejection. Now found that in a booth. Fuck living lies. Rap is the truth. And yeah, the spotlight ain't what it seems. All I know is that it's all a dream, man. I don't wanna wake up, man. I don't wanna wake up. I'm never gonna wake up. I don't wanna wake up, man. I don't wanna wake up. I'm never gonna wake up. I don't wanna wake up, man. I don't wanna wake up.
said, I ain't never eaten mine. Alright, we had a pretty successful night. We're at chapter 4. I'm gonna have to end it now because my throat is getting too itchy. And hopefully I'll be back tomorrow. Please like, share, and subscribe. As you can see, just like in the title, I did what I said I was going to do. We had a game and some giveaways, and everybody's happy. Sorry you missed it. Anyways, hopefully next time maybe you can join in on whatever we'll be doing. We have some prizes that we want to give away also. So please like, share, and subscribe to this channel, and we're gonna grow. Hopefully we'll be growing. Yep, we'll be growing. Thanks for coming. So next time I'll be starting on chapter. I'll be starting with chapter 4. The name of chapter 4 is Boys Mary Jane Girls. I hate that I actually have to stop because it's really good, but I don't want to have to keep on clearing my throat and then starting to get a little more itchy. So I'm going to stop while I'm ahead. Then I don't want to start coughing. That's for sure. So thanks for